Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are live for day 295 euro buy-in. It's the Balkan Poker Circuit main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening. Did you miss me? Action Man Dan is back in the house. The pros have done a fantastic job over the last few weeks, and I did miss you guys too. I needed some time away. We are back just in time to see the all-in from under the gun of Daniel Rej getting called by Peter with the pocket aces. Just let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. I have a new computer, faster internet, no excuses. We are going to finish this year in style. What a year it's been for King's Resort. Greetings wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, the Deuce is needing all the help in the world here on the King, Jack, Queen board. All the help in the world has become a spade draw that gets there on the river with the six of spades. Wow. I said it needed all the help in the world. Didn't hit the Deuce. Runner spade will be good enough for a double up. Quack, quack goes the little duckies. And it looks like I've been missing absolute action-packed events taking place for the duration of the World Series of Poker Europe. The felt is still the World Series of Poker Europe. We are off Mammoth Series where so much bracelets and money allocated to the winners and everyone else involved, of course. I would have a massive recap for you guys, but I am a bit behind in terms of watching the main event and some of the other events. Bobby James and APK doing a fantastic job. Philip Valant, my tech guy, looked fantastic as the host, it has to be said. Really fit the picture well. So congrats to him. Re-raised Chili Dog. Richie says we missed you, Dan. Missed you too, buddy. So let's see what we've got here. 177 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €715. We can talk about all the other events that have taken place in the last month later. Let's concentrate on what we've got in front of our faces. Day 2, 295 buy-in, Balkan Poker Circuit main event. And we've got a couple of Italianos as the chip leaders, Giovanni Salerno and Giuseppe Lago with 60 bigs apiece. We've got Joe Schneegas with 59. We do have an all-in here. We'll get back to the player profiles in just a moment. 6-9 deuce is the flop. Giovanni with the jacks. Daniel with the ace-queen. Turn is the 9 of clubs. Ace or queen needed for the 15 big blind stack. But we're going to lose a player, and we do just that. Giovanni with a full house. And so Joe with 59 bigs. Peter with 43. Is say Manny with 27. They're all flying the Deutsch flag. And Nicolas Antouard from France with 18 bigs. Jacob Gircard with 17. Corrado Martinelli with 10. And Daniel Reg, we just seen double up with the little duckies against the aces. Runner flush. So we have Czech Republic, Italy, France, Germany, all being represented. The Italians out in the numbers as per usual. So Some big events coming up for them before this calendar year is said and done. We are nowhere near close to putting a ribbon on that thing. Put a ribbon on that thing. It's great that we've so much more events. The site seems to actually be momentarily down. Surprised that website hasn't fried sooner, the amount of action taking place at the King's Resort. I've been playing a decent amount online myself, trying to get back into the swing of things. It was nice to play some big online series, having been commentating in other shenanigans the last 2 years. Definitely going with an unconventional limp as one of the table captains, 6-4 apart. Don't try this at home.
Messo 100.000. Che faccio? Passo, messo 100.000. So che posso avere l'overcard che ti posso prendere. Che faccio? Per esempio l'altro K che come fai? Per esempio l'altro come sta che pazzo? Normale. Sapevo che avevo la chance di poter vincere.
Alrighty, folks, can you hear me now? We were having some technical difficulties there. There was no sound coming through, table sound, or my voice, but I'll refresh the page, change some settings, and it seems to be perfect now. Greetings once again. If you're tuning in on YouTube with Poker and Kings on Twitch, missed out on a bit of the action there, but never fear. Action Man Dan is here. Italians, fearless. That's people. And he's going to make the 8 to go here with 18 off 2. Game 1 is out to fair time. Good to have you back. Thank you very much. Get the action. The 18 is to take that one down. is going to get out of the way. The ace jack will take that one down. So who we got in the chat? Stuffalicious. I love the name. Fantastic name. It's only games his number of peeps with glasses. There's a few of them, all right. It's only glasses. Why you have to be mad? So Peter raises to 65k. Min raise with a little bit of cheese on top from under the gun plus 3. AKA mid position 1. And it's going to go around to the big blind Giovanni with Jack 10 off suit. More than defendable. He has Peter covered. Will flick it in. There's stick it in and think of Ireland, and then there's flick it in and think of Ireland. As long as you're thinking of Ireland at these trying times, we've even got the felt back in our favour. The gorgeous green. And the gorgeous green has now got 3 cards on it, and it's a king, a 6, and a deuce, 2 hearts. Peter going to bet 105 with top pair. Decent kicker. One of the best kickers you could have with your king. 162 players remaining now, and that means a pay jump is looming on the next elimination from €715 to €895. Giovanni will get out of the way. Peter taking that one down with his top pair. Top pair for Peter. Looks like we have a guy from Scotland, or at least he's wearing a Scotland jumper. Maybe he's going to stick it in and think of Scotland. He's flying a German flag. Multi-culti. Joe with the ace queen under the gun plus 1. I'm not sure what the correct answer is. How many players exactly are wearing glasses? In glasses, wearing golds. 4-2 defend off 13. Richie says 5 minutes with no sound. Yeah, I've brought that to the attention of the team, and they said that the sound is coming out perfectly through YouTube, and to refresh the Twitch channel, I plugged out a few things and plugged it back in myself, refreshed the page, and voila. Hopefully it holds. My sound is good. Yeah, well, as long as my sound is good, And that's music to my ears, and hopefully the fans as well, the Action Man Dan fans. And let's be clear here, I haven't talked about the payouts. Winner of this tournament, some stage tomorrow night, is going to be winning a minimum. Well, we no longer have any World Series of Poker Europe tickets for this event. We can talk about that in a moment, although I don't have the 100% correct information. The winner of this one is going to take home €160,550. Incredible, incredible money from a €295 buy-in, especially off the end of such a wicked tournament series, the World Series of Poker Europe. If you're not winning those World Series of Poker Europe events, you're going to be walking out of Kings after a few weeks with a sore bottom and an even lighter wallet. So it's great to see them in contention. 3,136 original entries, average stack almost. Going to be creeping very close towards a million. So still a lot of playability in this one. But what I mean is, batteries must be on empty. They've got to be tired after such a series like that. The Nightbot still thinks Bobby James and Aaron Paul Kramer are still in the mix, but they are not. The pros have gone home. I'm left to my own devices once more. Ace King in the hijack. Not the board he's looking for on the 5-7-6 tree. Going to catch up with the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Couldn't believe it when I seen Max Neugebauer had made the final table back to back. Bobby James is actually in the house. What's up, Bobby James? I was just singing your praises, saying how great of a job you and APK done. Well done, lads. It's not easy to do the full series. You've done a fantastic job. Fair play to you. I did chime in to say hello one of the days, but my name is not in there as Action Man Dan. I should probably change my name, would be a good idea. I know what it's like when you're doing those kind of length streams. I do them on my own a lot of the time. I think I've surpassed 16 hours before, but it's great when you have a co-commentator. It just takes the heat off a lot of things, dead air, etc. However, you were doing it so many days in a row. Bula bus, which means a round of applause in Gaelga. I'm going to catch up on a lot of the events he covered this week. ECW King says the WSOP was fire. Good to hear Dan again, though. Thank you very much to the regs. BJ says slaunch it. I might see you at one of these events, catch up with you in person. I would say most likely the Irish Open next year. Maybe Galway, around that area. Didn't get to go to Killarney. Meanwhile, back to the ranch here. Manny taking down the blinds and antes. Every time you successfully do that, he's adding up to 10 to 12% of the stack in some cases for small blind, big blind, and the big blind ante, full 2.5 big. So if you're shoving 10 big, well, obviously he has close to 20 before the start of that hand. The whole point is if you're shoving a 10 big blind stack in there, you're taking down blinds and antes, you are increasing your stack by 25%. Pay for learning, faster in session. And if you take down blinds and antes successfully a couple of times in a row, you've essentially doubled your stack without showdown. Bobby James says sounds good, mate. Did you actually had such a successful year last year? I was surprised to see you in the booth, but it is amazing experience. Great for honing your skills and picking up on all those live tells, etc. You know yourself, getting ready for Cyprus. Yeah, well, that's a fantastic amount of studying while doing it with your friend, getting amazing experience, and now you get to put those skills to the test that you've acquired over the last 3 to 4 weeks. I wish you the best of luck in Cyprus. I'll be keeping an eye out from afar. So we see cut-off opening. Joe, one of the bigger stacks at this feature, opening the 9-6 suited. Don't try this at home, especially off a smaller stack, 20 bigs or below. But when we've one of the bigger stacks at the table, you can get away with these kind of combos. This will be right around the very bottom of his opening range, I would hope so. Wouldn't like to see him open 5-9 suited or 4-9 suited, for example. Big blind will defend with the pretty ace jack and has the best hand on this board. Jack 10, king 9. It's a very straighty, flushy board on this turn. A lot of draws out there. And now we've got two pair for Manny, and you're not even loving life. I would bet something small as a blockerish type sizing. Anything around 75k, 65k, maybe 80 at the most. Goes for 80. This is fine. Stops himself having to call a larger bet. Can get called by worse. But Joe says no with the 9-6 of heart on that occasion. ECW King says a crazy run out between sevens and King Jack. Full house versus quads. Yeah, I think that happens. Me and my mates ran that hand, and it's like 0.01% of the time or less. So you're looking at that happening a maximum of 1 in 1,000 times. It's just so much poker on around the world at the moment. You've Malta that's just completed, Cyprus coming up. You've the massive WPT event that takes place in either November or December. I think it's December. You've EPT Prague. You've all the events taking place at King's. The site is actually still down for Kings. Like I said, it's just been run ragged by so much events. But I assure you, the winter schedule is looking wonderful. I have it here somewhere. Peter taking that one down with the sixes away from Jakob. What do we have? The win, WPT, yeah. ECW says, wants to see myself and Bobby James in the booth together. I'm sure we can do that. Gotta let the pros do their thing and let the universe unfold as it should. I'll play ball with anyone. Bird is flying by to say hi. What's up, Bird? Been a minute. Okay, I do have the winter schedule, the preliminary winter schedule in front of me here. You've got the Balkan poker circuit main event, 295 buy-in, which is what you're watching right here, right now. If you're just tuning in, you're watching all this action take place live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's day 2. Day 3 will be tomorrow, starting at 2:30 Central European time. And the next weekend, you've got one of my favorite events to cover, the Dutch Poker Masters. The Lunatics have taken over the Asylum. Always love commentating on that one. Just non-stop action. And so many fans tune in. It's great to see. And a lot of my moderators are Dutch. So it's a great time for everyone involved. And then tailing out the month of October, right around Halloween, just before Halloween, you've got the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em mini main event. We see a 3-bet here from Joe with the ace-jack offsuit, and that is going to do it. Dan, the new player at the table, the Romanian, Farlia, going to let that one go. Does have a lovely hand to start with, the ace-5 suited, but can't really withstand the pressure there of a 200k 3-bet. Just has to let his hand go. Sometimes we might decide to 4-bet that one, but the dynamic hasn't been established to that degree just yet. And it is a €295 buy-in. You have been watching 10Ks, 1Ks. I believe you would have been commentating as well, Bobby James, on the 25k GG Millions. That's always a entertaining one for the fans, to say the least. Then in November, guys, we've got the German Poker Days Mystery Bounty Edition. I believe I'm going to have Richard Hayes, who's been doing a phenomenal job, going to do that one for me. And then there's the event I was looking for to get the dates for. You see a lot of Italians with the feature so far tonight and at King's recently. They're such fierce competitors. You're going to have the Italian poker sport for the guts of 2 weeks there at King's. And I'll be in the booth for that one. Sunday, the 16th of November. And Monday, the 17th of November for the final day. Let's not forget, some of those Italian poker sports had 5, 6, nearly 7,000 runners. I think it was 655 something, if I recall correctly. And then after that, we're mixing up some things. It's going to be the double stuff, the double trouble, King's Million PLO, day 2. And the final day, that will be held the 23rd and the 24th of November. And the month still isn't over at that point. You've got the German Poker Masters, 1 million guarantee. The 30th of November. And Monday, the 1st of December. I think that's enough shout-outs with regards our schedule over the next few months. ECW King says, as The Rock would say, know your role. Yeah, know your role and shut your hole. Get in line. Bobby James is off to get my grind on. Oh, you're making me jealous now. I got to play a couple of Sundays, which was awesome. Best of luck, Bobby James. Speak soon. I will indeed hit you up. I'm back on Instagram for the minute. Don't tell the town. I'll either catch you on here on Twitch or I'll find you on X. ECW says, one idea for the idea box. Kings should hold some cash games with Cabral. Yeah, I think you gotta pay Cabral to get Cabral. He's that famous. But it's a good idea. You either love him or you hate him. For me, he provides endless amounts of entertainment. So it's a green flag for me. However, I wouldn't like to be stuck at a table with him for too long. But although I wouldn't be letting him intimidate me. Speaking of intimidating, Nicholas is going to try block this pot from getting any bigger. We'll get some ace-X to fold now on the 6-6-4-7. Joe with the king of clubs wants to continue here. Getting savage odds with 205k already out there, 40k to call. He's getting 5-1 initial. Take my lunch money. No. He says, let's stick it in and think of Ireland. Or in this case, stick it in, think of Germany. Does decide to shove. I just expected to see him call, but the more I think about it, kind of makes a lot of sense to jam off that stack depth. And BJ says the 10k PLO was wild, 25k was good too. Hope you've been keeping well, ECW. ECW King says, you know, when they start distributing WSOP tickets in the prize pool, probably still some months, I guess. There is some information about that. I don't have 100% accurate and correct information, but you can find out yourself that the WSOP has been changed. The dates are completely different next year. And therefore, there's going to be a hell of a lot less tickets up for grabs as the location is changing from the King's Resort. I should talk about this after the hand. You see the tree on the river. He was ahead anyway. Always nice to hit a house on the river for good measure. Can still lose to an ace or a 6. Excuse me. And that's a big double up for the trees. Trees are green. Pocket sixes going to get out of the way with 2 over cards. Yes, and Tag is one of the few next year. I have to check the date properly, but I feel like they have put it on the same time as Irish Open. It's a bit unbelievable. It shows the magnitude of how much poker is growing at the moment. Back to see back to the latest logs of pretty funny. Bird still cannot delete messages. We will get that sorted. Giuseppe raises to 105 with the king queen off suit. We'll take that one down. With 85k to go. 149 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €895. Open-ended now for Peter. He's going to check it back. I would prefer to see him bet there again. Flushes out a 4, a 3, some clubs, straight draw, ace high. Peter's turn to take down the blinds and antes, adding that 100k to his stack. We're seeing a lot of raise and take it's to be expected in an event like this, with a buy-in like this, with a field size like this, playing for so much money. So we see mid-position open. Giovanni calling with the same hand, albeit suited. And this one's going to get shown down. They will chop it up.
That's one for you.
Ladies! King Jack not hitting on the 10-10 ace. Turn is the 7 of spades. Not ideal for Peter to see an overcard. Won't be two phase with just 230 in this pot. Big blind checks. Peter might go for some value, although he's probably just not going to get paid by too much, and does decide to check it back and take it down. Button against big blind. Giovanni with the ace-6, opening things up, getting called by Dan in the big with 6-5 off suit. Open-ended now for Dan. Giovanni not liking that with the 9-4-3-2 clubs. Turn is the 9 of spades. He will pull in that pot. The Lady Kings, says Richie. Yeah. I just can't wait to be king. Maybe not Lady Kings. Kings for Nicholas. All in for 13 bigs. Manny, his turn to take it down. So we've seen queens, the Lady Kings, kings, and jacks in the same orbit. Things are heating up, folks. I hope you're enjoying the show. If you're just tuning in, we're live for an hour and 15 minutes now. It's day 2 of the €295 buy-in Balkan Poker Circuit main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. And now we have another big pair against big pair. This time, Queen's out again. Nicholas three betting with his tens, essentially committing himself. Jakob putting in the rest of the biscuits, and this is by far the biggest pot we have seen so far tonight, with 136 players remaining. 1.38 million in the middle, almost 1.4. Ace 9 3 is the flop. No tens. Turn is the 4 diamonds. River is the 5 of clubs. Nicholas is going to be left with fumes. 1.6 big blinds. Big moment there for the ladies. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Peter with 47 bigs, Joe with 40, Giuseppe with 37, Giovanni with 37, Jakob with 35, Dan Farlia with 34, you see Manny with 16, Corrado, Martinelli with 14, and Nicholas with 2 bigs after that cooler. Line. Ball. 8% actually against the ace king. Ten, 8, 9. All spades. Nicholas leading one of the 11 outs you see on the screen, and that's one of them. The deuce of spades gives Nicholas the nut flush. Giuseppe flopping a pair of eights and an open ender, but with no spade in hand. Nicholas with the ace of spades gets there, now playing 5.8 big blinds. This has been an insane orbit for big hands. Here we see kings for Giovanni. Salerno raising to 105 total. Just a little bit over 2.5x. Giuseppe calling. Jack 8 of clubs, ace queen deuce is the flop. Giovanni checking back. Turns the 3 of diamonds. Giuseppe checking again like he's just done with this hand, as he should be the majority of the time. King of hearts rolls off on the river. I think it's time to bet now with a set of cowboys. Cowboys. And Giovanni taking it down. We see Joe min raising. 125 players remaining now. What an event this is. 3,136 entries for 295 a pop. Joe min raises with ace jack from under the gun +2. Peter calls right beside him as his neighbour with ace 10 of hearts. And now Jakob has such a sexy hand to squeeze with here from the button. Wants to make this somewhere around 280, 300. Goes for 275. Sizing's going to be fine. Could go a little bit larger. Wouldn't like to see him go much smaller. It's 195 more. Giuseppe's going to overcall. This has been the most insane orbit for large hands popping off. I would have liked to see Giuseppe just shove over the top. You've got an open, a call, a squeeze, and we have sub 30 bigs to start the hand. I think this is just going to play best as a jam. Instead, he just decides to overcall. ECW agrees, says some crazy hands this dealer's ramming out. Ram Viswani. It's insane. You wanted action. It is our mantra. You got action. The problem with overcalling with jacks here out of position against 3 players that are still involved in the hand is if there's an overcard, you just don't know where you stand. When we just overcall from the small, we're putting our opponent on a very strong hand. Sometimes we just got to flip there with all the dead money. Ace King, Ace Queen, maybe even Ace Jack suited, although it's highly unlikely when we have jacks ourselves. And I will be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. It's going to be a long night and an even longer day tomorrow, with the winner of this event taking home €160,550.
Col 4 che sta sotto a me. Prendo l'aereo e me ne torno in Sardegna, senza problemi. No, ma quello è poco per sicuro. Come potrebbe prenderlo lì l'aereo? È difficile, perché come hai visto sono molto solido, sono solidissimo. Infatti lo dico, a me su 110.000 con 96, quello è selezionato. È solido, che devo fare?
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Top two, or two pair for Joe Giovanni with King 10 of spades. Two diamonds, two clubs on board, no spades. Interestingly, seen that fold there, by the way, a hand or two ago with the 6-9. It's actually a good, correct laydown, even though we have second pair and a good shot straight draw. Corrado Martinelli raises to 110k. What's particularly interesting to me is what sort of a mindset are these players playing with? Have they been involved with the World Series of Poker Europe? Are they just fresh off the boat? Have they been there a month? Are they running on empty? Have they just won an event? Farley going to call from the small with the King Queen off suit. And as per usual, if any of you viewers tuning in have any information about any of the remaining players at this feature table, be sure to let us know. It's a game of incomplete information. The more information we have, the better. Martinelli taking that one down with a bet. We have seen Corrado Martinelli before. With a total live earnings of $163,727. Best live cash, 33k. Looks like he hasn't been that involved for a few years now. ECW says, my man rocking some stickers. Yeah, this guy has a lot of stickers going on. Manny all in for 14 bigs, ace 10. Just going for 14 bigs. I prefer to just see these combos be used as a min raise off this stack depth, especially from early position. Nicholas has a very nice hand, but it's probably just going to be a little bit too weak to be calling 14 bigs here. think we might even fold ace-10 offsuit there, call ace-10 suited, ace-jack offsuit plus, depending on the player, of course. We see Nicholas making it 3.3 bigs. Dan clicking it back to 7 big blinds as suggested with the ace-queen offsuit. And Joe 5-bet ripping 1.5 million. The full enchilada going across the line with ace-king of hearts. At least the ace-queen can comfortably fold now. And this is incredible because now Peter is going to be forced to fold jacks. But tell you what, there has been some sick hands the last 20 hands or so. The last full 2 orbits, it's been non-stop. So Jack's correctly folding. Looks like it's an easy enough fold facing that kind of action, but when you are caught up in the middle of things, Not always that simple to throw your hand in the muck. So we see tens against ace king. And Joe with all this dead money in this pot. Golden opportunity to score a knockout. King, queen. Queen, jack, 3 is the flop. Turn is the 9 of spades. Tens holding. There's a lot to dodge. Does do just that. He will scoop in that pot. 570k and now playing 14 big blinds. Stack up raising to 85k as the average stack is now 1.4 million. Ace queen will min raise. Giovanni will call with queen jack off suit. I actually don't really like Giovanni's call when we're unsuited, facing an undergun open off this stack depth. A lot of players to act behind us, but he does flop best on the jack 6-3 rainbow. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. And 240k is the bet from Giovanni. Salerno on the turn, and that's going to do it. Jakob puts his hand into the muck. Nice pick up there for Giovanni, but he needs to be careful with those combinations. They can get us in a lot of trouble. He has a total live earnings of $12,283. 109 players remaining now. Corrado, 110k to go as the blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 25k. Big blind is now 50k. With a 50k running big blind ante, that's 25, 50, 50. Round two, Giovanni, who's going to defend with the 6-7 of hearts and the big blind. $200k is the bet. Giovanni does have bottom pair, but for that sizing, going to be forced to let it go on the Queen 10-7, 2 clubs. And Corrado takes in that pot now, playing over $1 million. Peter's turn to take down with yet another monster ace king of spades. And this is going to be shoved from the button for Nicholas. Sub 10 bigs. King 9 suited. Need I say any more? Joe's going to oblige with ace 8 in the big. And Nicholas will be delighted to see that he is in a coin flip situation for his tournament life. Just shy of $1 million in this pot. 965. And it's a fair fight. Are you ready? Are you ready? Bring it on. Come on. Nicholas is going to go out in front here with the top pair. Turn is the 10 of spades, and Joe is going to need an ace, a jack, or a 6. But it is a 9 of clubs. It's never easy, but Nicolas Antoine has got there in the end, and Joe now playing a stack of 22 bigs, and Nicholas only 3 bigs behind him after that double up. Corrado with ace 8 on the queen. Jack, queen 3. Dan's ace 7 of clubs, not looking too hot. Checks back the turn. 8 of hearts arriving. Jakob in raising off 14 bigs to start the hand from under the gun. You've seen some jams coming from ace 10 offsuit not so long ago. I way prefer with the ace 10 suited to use this as a min raise. 102 players remaining now. Manny has decided he wants to shove 10-3 suited from the big blind, which I don't really understand. He's picked up on something. What I will say about it is it looks quite strong. Corrado is going to get out of the way, and he's putting himself in a lot of trouble. Looks like he is disgruntled or annoyed about something. Something got to do with the cards. Something has irritated him. I can't really hear what he's saying. Three more out for a pay jump, says Richie. Correct and right. Next pay jump will be to €1,180. Good time says hello from North Idaho, USA. USA. Hello to North Idaho. Thanks for tuning in. Manny shoving on Jakob. Another open from 14 bigs from early position. This time, King Jack off suit for Dan. Round to Giuseppe in the big blind, who's going to defend very wide with the 4-3 off suit. Wearing enough stickers on his jumper to sink a ship. I don't like that he is choosing to go all in on that flop, not extracting any value. Good Times wants to know what people's favorite hand is. Jack 9 suited is good. I used to love a 9-10 suited. I don't want to sound cliche, and obviously it's the go-to choice, but no one gets me as giddy as a schoolgirl when you look down and you see aces. Jay Basello says we call it the Spanky Nuts because he has a tattoo with Jack 9 of hearts on his arm. Yeah. Also, back in the day, like a 9-10 of spades was great, but a 10-8 of hearts. Oh, a 10-8 of hearts was gorgeous. A beautiful thing. Giovanni with the straight on the river. Nobody taking the bait. King Queen suited is a fantastic hand. I love kings as well. I think I've named too many hands. You're only allowed one answer. How could I not say kings as a company man? My favorite card in the deck is the King of Hearts, the Suicide King, who was betrayed by the Queen in the 16th century, I believe. So the King of Hearts has to be one of the cards. And then take your pick. I'll take a queen. I'll take an ace. I'll take a king. It's always great when you hit with a Jack 9 suited. Jack 9 suited is nearly better than Jack 10 suited because of all the blocker capabilities to the Queen 10, Ace 10, King 10. Obviously, Jack 10 is better than Jack 9 if we were to put them against each other, but you get what I'm saying. Peter opening. It's going to be 365 more for Peter to call. 9.4 bigs total. $365 more. He is getting 2-1. We'll have 2 live cards the majority of the time. But for 9.4 bigs total, with under 100 remaining in such a big event, with so much money up top, is going to let it go. And that's it looks like it's an easy fold. But when we've got that much chips and we have 2 big blinds invested, we start telling ourselves that we're going to have 2 live cards here the majority of the time, yada yada. And we can easily just start flicking it in. Three bet to 165 from the 5-4 offsuit. There's Joe, who's all in for 21 bigs total over the top. Didn't expect to see 5-4 offsuit get involved here. Giuseppe Rago, bit of a scallywag. MJWK says, good evening all. This is live as can be. It's on a 30-minute delay. Nice to have you with us. was a 60-minute delay for the World Series of Poker Europe, but I'm sure we are back on a 30-minute delay. They're just coming in for the opening few frames, and it seems like it has been ages for these 3 levels. Peter with 40 bigs is your table captain. A lot of those middling stacks between 15 to 30 big blinds, really. And we will be back tomorrow as well, MJ, for the final day of this event. It's going to be a long one. It'll be a late one. And that will be starting at 2:30. That's right, 2:30 Central European time. So things might be a little bit different than they were for the WSOP World Series of Poker Europe. We are back in the room. Boom, boom, back in the room. It is business as usual. But look at the numbers. 3,136 entries. Joe with the 7-5 of diamonds defending. Nicholas is going to bet 80k on the Queen 8-3. This is actually a really sexy hand. It's a great combination to check raise with because there's so many turn cards that work for us in our favor to continue barreling on. Just decides to let it go. No harm. Just letting that one go. A jack or a 10 is probably a better card or something lower than a queen. Queen tends to hit the in-position player more than it doesn't. Nicholas gaining traction, taking that one down with the King Jack off suit. Peter bets 100k on the turn, but it's ill timing. Corrado. Top two. What's happened here? This all has happened very quickly here on the deuce 5, deuce 10. I don't know why Peter is coming over the top, but he has with just 8 high. And he is talking here like he didn't mean to do what he just did. For Corrado Martinelli, what a moment this is. Top two pair now playing 2.2 million. Took the graphics a moment there to catch up, but I can assure you, I thought something might have been a little bit twisted there, but it wasn't. What a gift that is. You are correct and right, Stevla. He thought he had 8 deuce. Is that what he said? Okay, well, that makes sense. But if he had a deuce, why would he shove over the top there? I don't know how much the story checks out. Maybe he would just put in a deuce. Was he talking in English, or did I just not pick it up on my mic? Crazy hand, nonetheless. All Martinelli has to do is call. Giuseppe raises to 115k with the aces. Peter is out of line yet again with the 6-5 offsuit calling from the button. These are just troublesome hands that you just don't need to be getting involved with pre-flop. And as a result, a lot of the times, it's just compound mistakes. Giuseppe bets 300k here on the turn. And Peter must be irate over misreading his hand if that is exactly what happened. I guess we'll never know. You always kind of want to look back at your cards just to make sure. And Giuseppe bets 300k. Peter just going to have to let his hand go. Can obviously beat some draws, but it's just not going to be good enough. And we have 3 hands remaining before our first break of the evening.
This time I have to look 2 times. gift for you, no a gift for me. Now, a gift for you, a gift for him, and you, a gift for me.
Good Time says it only takes one mistake. Well said. Giuseppe going to go for an unconventional limp under the gun. Ace-4 of spades. Jakob's going to check with his 9-3 offsuit, and this should go check, bet, fold. Giuseppe takes down that small pot, but they all count at this late stage with under 100 players remaining and 2 hands remaining before our first break of the evening. Richie says, on the break, I'm off to bed. See you all tomorrow. Wow, Richie, I'm off to bed as well. Going for a snooze. I will not be sleeping well. There will be no snoozing until players have bagged and tagged, and we have a hell of a long way to go before that tonight, I tell you. Hope you're enjoying the show. So much action. The opening few frames, so many big pairs, so many confrontations. Top pair now for Peter. Dan had the best of it on the flop. Peter coming across tilted over that fiasco, it has to be said. Dan wants to see a river, and I don't blame him. River is the 6 of spades. Now Dan going to be checking. And Peter, I might even go for max value. Maybe Vax value is just a bit too much. 540 into 440. He wants to bet something like around 150, 175. Goes for 125. Yeah, a larger sizing just wouldn't make sense there. Wants to get paid by an ace high. The ace high goes into the muck. Last hand before the break. Nicholas gonna min raise from under the gun with ace jack of spades. Peter gonna call with queen six of diamonds, and Manny with a golden opportunity to shove all in, and will do just that with pocket nines. A lot of dead money to pick up for these nines off this stack depth. Need I say any more? There's hands like sixes, sevens, maybe even eights, but nines just going to be too much hand. Bird says, I absolutely don't understand why no one bets on a paired flop. Well, that's what I'm saying. You create these situations on turn and river that just don't need to exist if we just bet on the flop. It's not like we are going to be overplaying our hand by betting on these small four deuce deuce, deuce four deuce. It's what we're supposed to do with our overpairs. And that'll do it. We are going on a break for just shy of 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
Then we split.
Ollie, how much is it?
A lot.
I know.
Like 2-3 million.
Can you count it for me?
Yeah, count it for him.
Can you count it?
Maybe I'm not the bubble boy.
What the hell?
Of course not. Of course not.
Leon just going to straight up slam a
Of
jam.
course not. You have to
Nearly
sit on
50
your
big
stack
blinds.
until the third
Over
or second or
45
fourth
bigs
place.
here with queen
You
10
cannot win
suited
this tournament, but you can.
into Foxen.
This guy, the only
Foxen
one
has an
who will
absolute
double me. It doesn't
powerhouse
matter
of a
how.
hand here
Interesting.
with ace
Yes.
queen of diamonds.
I
But
told him
I
in
don't
the
know if he
beginning,
wants to
double
call
me
this
up.
amount of chips.
It's now or never.
It's no one ever. Da, 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 da.
No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be my tonight. That's the song, yeah?
2,200,000.
2-2.
2,700,000.
Alan, what do you make of this?
Something like that.
Surely
It's a little bit more.
you got a call here against
Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold
Aye.
on your
And we need a
opposition like this,
waiter.
it's such
Whiskey.
a tough FT.
Time.
Not living this way.
Do you want to
Double or
run the
nothing.
risk of calling
It's
here
double
and be up
or
against
That's it.
two
It's
live
double or
cards?
pass. It's
Crazy, crazy.
crazy.
That is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically,
very good
it's going to be correct.
Okay, or you
Yeah.
wanted-
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You were in bad shape.
Well, it doesn't
Just
really
show
matter.
us.
It
No,
was
it
a
doesn't.
move. Did I make the move?
Close, yeah.
Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, it's double or I'm living.
Yeah.
Or nothing, right?
I wish I had known.
Does seem like
No, okay.
Oh, now we all want to know.
You won't even. I think it's a Czech. What he means is
Okay.
an old Czech nickname.
I won't even
It was
understand.
not. It was German.
I won't understand.
It was German.
Something about proud, yeah.
Yeah, proud Jana. You started it. Jana means
My
lady.
name is Jan, and he said Jana.
Jan and Jana. It's a woman's name. You know, his name is Jan. And they say Stolze
getting a
Jana.
history lesson today, lads.
Proud Jana.
Leon with the aces in the hijack going for a
Okay,
full
you're right, I'm
3x
still proud.
raise with a little bit of cheese on top.
Let's go and
95k to go.
You're welcome. You're
I'm
welcome.
still proud.
You're always welcome. You always.
Now I call you,
Be careful.
son of a.
Son of a
Son of a
whatever
gun.
you can call me.
Tell you, you shouldn't have said it. Now you.
Son of Ina and Victor. My father was Victor and mother Ina. So
Son of a
son
gun.
of two of them.
2 guns.
Son of two guns.
How much is that? 95, right?
Son of two guns. He does have 2 pocket rockets here. It's going to be 3-way action to the flop. Pricey and spicy pot here, 3 ways. 330k already in the middle.
Massive cooler. What happened? Massive.
Jack 10-7 is the flop. Leon with the overpair. Yaxman with top pair. Decent kicker. Let's see what happens here. It's a draw heavy board. Yaxman will call 175. Some equity here for Orpin, but he's got no hearts in his hand. Yeah, it does make
Oh my God.
disciplined
What do
laydown.
you have behind it? Not much, eh?
Standard enough, I suppose, against 2
250.
players.
3 doesn't make any change to you, right?
3 of diamonds on the turn.
You call it, you got it.
Leon with a bit of speech play with his aces before moving all in.
And remember, this is not Omaha, this is Hold'em.
Really?
We do see the queen, jack
How
of spades
boring.
stacking off.
Well, just aces. What I got? Can't fold.
This is a
Jack,
huge
you
pot
can't
for
fold
Leon
Jack.
if he can
Jack-
hold,
Jack King, Jack Ace.
and he's got 89%
best hand, by the way,
equity to
for
do
Leon.
so.
You have the best hand.
Again.
Luck.
Huge
Sorry,
pot
Leon.
for Leon. We lose a superstar. Leon going to have about 50 big blinds now. Can't be giving away his game, but yeah,
I
some of this
remember
table
when I
talk
used to
reminds me of some
Straddle
Irish
on those
players for
tournaments.
sure.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
of course,
I getcha.
Tony G. Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo, pericolo. In Harry Potter, yeah, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few sharks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
Fall.
You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If you do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive, opposite. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650, 650. You know, 650, 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to stack off with just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6, 7.
Oh, he's
Sirzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
5 of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cuore mi serve. 5 di cuore per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore. Con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie. Che devo fare io? Una. No, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8.
Vai.
An amazing card for Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cuore. No.
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh wow, it is the 5 of hearts. Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di cuore. Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato
Oh
io.
wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it. I
Absolute
said 5
scenes.
of hearts, 5 di cuore. I said 5 of hearts, please, for me. And it came. You see that?
Leon has eliminated a very tough
I
opponent in
understood what you meant.
Sirzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia. E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero.
Of course, massive thanks to all the moderators and everyone else helping throughout the week in any way, shape or form, even if it was making us laugh. Fox and Limpin here in Piscieri with a monster. He's got the ladies in the big blind. Bumps it up 4x. Foxen will call.
Oh dear.
Oh wow. Disaster here for Foxen. There's no way he's not going to lose a chunk of chips with top pair here on the flop. It's heads up after all. So hard to make a hand. Does bet 900k. Foxen might be having thoughts of raising here.
2.1.
That's what I was thinking.
Does go for the raise. And lads, this could be curtains here for Foxen. It's going to be very tough for him to get away from top pair with a decent kicker once he's raised to 2.1 million here on a 10-6-3 flop.
4 million.
Click back.
Clicks it back. This looks incredibly strong. There's not a lot of bluffs in Picchieri's range that are just going to click it back that quick there to 4 million, Alan, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can get behind that. There might be some like ace five of clubs here or something like that maybe that possibly could do this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what kind of hand would do this, if like a flush draw wise.
Does run it.
Could have two overs in a flush draw, but the
Yeah.
best case scenario is something like ace five of clubs. Foxen has gone all in. Picchieri has called, of course, 16 million in this pot. And if Picchieri can hold with his ladies, which he will 88% of the time, the Italian has become your GG Millions champion. Foxen really up against it after that flop. Not much he can do once he's raised.
No, basta. Oh, GG, ho giocato ormai. Da quello che viene, viene.
2 outs in the deck for Foxen. Turn is not one of them. It's the 7 of hearts. Alessandro Picchieri is 1 card away from that bracelet.
Siamo pari, forse. Siamo pari, tipo.
Just 5% equity for Foxen as we hit the river. It's another 7.
That's it.
Alessandro Picchieri from Italy has done it. He's defeated the phenom that is Alex Foxen. Foxen will win €223,900 for his efforts. Congratulations and commiserations, GG. But all eyes on the champion. Alessandro Picchieri has done it, winning over €335,000 for his efforts. Incredible stuff.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Hope you got some refreshments or whatever's clever. Small blind is now 30k, big blind is now 60k with a 60k running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. There are 90 players remaining now, and we have the same lineup. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 2 of the 295 buy-in Balkan Poker Circuit main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, brought to you by myself, your announcer, broadcaster, Irish pundit. It's Action Man Dan. Neutral 22 in the house says Pete is a legend. Reminds me of my 10-euro buy-in drunken home tournaments. Yes, that is a good comparison. Round to the small blind. Looks like he's going for a large. No, it looked like it was 250, but it's 150. She's going for 2.5x with the queen 6. Into Dan with 10-8 off suit, and for 90k more, I think we call 10-8 connected enough for a blind and a half more, considering we have our big blind invested and our big blind ante. Decides to just let it go. Manny taking that one down. Round to Manny once more. Let's the king 8 of clubs go. Giuseppe raises to 160 with the pocket 6s. And Giovanni with pocket 10s. Just going to call from the hijack round to Dan. Lovely, sexy jam here for 14 bigs with the ace jack off suit is what I would be the go-to play for me or most of you out there, I'm sure. Dan does take that necessary jam. Giuseppe is a bit of a scallywag, but don't think he's going to be continuing here with pocket 6s. Whoa! How do you like those apples? Giuseppe says, for 14 bigs, I'm willing to more or less risk my tournament here with 5 bigs back. And now what do you do if you're Giovanni Salerno? I think he has to fold 10s here, folks. It would seem a bit gambly to call 2 all-ins here with 10s for most of our remaining chips. Well, maybe not most, but yet nearly 700k and 300k you've got to think of back. So a million of the 1.2 sticks he has remaining and does pitch the 10s into the middle. So we do see a flip for Dan's tournament life. Giuseppe will be less with 5 bigs, and it's looking hot for Giuseppe Rago on the 9-5-4. Turn is the 8. So that's to avoid an ace or a jack, and the 10's going to be sick to their stomach. In theory, he has made a great fold. In practice, not so much. 9 of diamonds rolls off, and that's a 2 million pot gone in the direction of Giuseppe Rago, and we lose Dan Farlia from Romania in 89th place. That means 88 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €1,180. And Drama Gang says WTF is going on here. Yeah, it was a bit of a topsy-turvy one, all right. The 6s should be going into the muck and the 10s should be calling. Drama says Salerno must be tilted. Yeah, no shit. That was his pot he was deprived of. Granted, he would have been in a coin flip situation against the ace-jack. Just very tough to call 2 all-ins there with the pocket 10s. I think that could be a jacks plus type of a situation. And Jakob's going to get a walk with the 10-5 offsuit. Corrado, 145 to go. So the Italianos, Corrado Martinelli getting a gift with the 10-5 against the 8-6, where his opponent had misread their hand. And now we see another Italiano with over 2 million. Giuseppe Rago. And it's Giovanni Salerno who put the 10s into the muck. Joe picks up a monster. Average stack, by the way, is creeping towards 2 million. So you're looking at well over 30 bigs as your average stack with 82 remaining. Manny 3-betting to 325. Off 17.4 bigs. Think this is going to play just fine as a 3-bet. 15 bigs or below, we'll just start jamming. 4 hearts on board now. Joe calling the 3-bet pre. Gonna bet tiny. Oh, might have just checked again. And he is going to call. Not his board, to say the least, here with 4 hearts out there. Now it's paired with the 10 of clubs. Not really much bluffs left in Joe's range when he bets 125 on the turn. Now the board is paired. When he bets again, he wasn't going to get any more money on that occasion anyway. Jakob shoves for 12. Giuseppe calling for 12 with the ace-queen offsuit. Fours against ace-queen. Queen 9 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 10 of clubs. River is the 3 of diamonds. We're going to lose Jakob. Giuseppe taking that one down now, playing 50 bigs. And another one bites the dust. Manny shoving just shy of 10 big blinds with King Jack off suit. Round to the big. Peter going to let it go. And we should be seeing a call here. Nicholas raising with the ace jack and Manny with the ace 10 rejamming. Ace jack going to be too much hand opening from mid position. Could see him fold something like ace 9 suited or ace 10 off, but ace jack we're dancing does commit the chips. Here we go. All in and call. 4 or 5 minutes in the pot. Manny At risk player. King Jack 3 is the flop. Needs a king of kings. Turns to 10. River is the deuce of diamonds. We lose another player. Under 80 players remaining now. And Nicholas now playing 1.7 million and change. Nicholas putting those chips to work with ace 8. Flops best on the ace 4, 3 4. Corrado correctly just calling from the button as the average stack is now over 2 million. And Corrado might pay off a bet here when it's a double pair board. Thing is, not too many bluffs in Nicholas's range the way this one is played out. Busted clubs. I was trying to get paid. I might go for a small size, give out 160 maybe. Maybe even 100k is enough. That's a large bet. That's 350. Hoping Corrado pays him off with the exact kind of hand he has here. Pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s. Maybe 6s, 7s. The occasional king high. Nicholas knows exactly where he's at in this hand. Corrado makes a good laydown. Drama says Salerno going to have nightmares tonight with that pair of 10s that he folded. Yeah, it had just crossed my mind again. That hand was a wild one. Expect the unexpected, Drama, if you're new to this channel at Kings. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Three bet is from Joe. Ace 10. Win deciding to hang around. Hugh Win. I don't like his call with the ace 9. Just wants to put this one into the muck. Joe betting 375 with the top pair. This is the problem. Even if you hit an ace there, you don't know where you're at with your ace 9. Even if you hit a 9, it's not ideal. You're not going to have a lot of backdoors. So once we are faced with a 3-bet, I would like to see him put the ace 9 offsuit into the muck, especially when we are out of position. Does have a real hand here now. Win's going to raise to 125 with the ace queen and Peter all in. 585 with the ace jack. I'd imagine Win not going to be folding. Calls very quickly. We'll get the good news. We are going to have 70 players remaining in this tournament unless Peter gets lucky with his ace jack. It really just hasn't gone Peter's way. Some spots of 100% being his own fault. One or two devastating spots that should not have occurred. Does find himself all in and dominated. 29% equity. But there's a jack. There is a jack for Peter. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Turn is a 4. And a lady of the night needed on this river, or Peter is going to have 1.3 million chips. Sit back down, Peter. You ain't going anywhere yet. Pretty sick for win. Now he finds himself under 10 bigs. But that is a very, very tilty shove. I thought he was just pausing. Pause for the cause. No pay jump in sight. Has just decided he's browned off enough to shove 10-6 suited under the gun. That's around to Nicholas in the big blind. This becomes very close because he knows win is going to be tilted after the last hand. And I'm calling with King Queen. With the King Jack, even though it's suited, not quite strong enough to call a shove from under the gun. Win with a wry smile will scoop the blinds and antes. Let's win with the Queen 9. Suited. Decides to just donk jam into Joe. Joe with the 10-9 of clubs. This becomes quite ugly for Joe. No, it doesn't. He just decides to call him off. I was going to say it's not ideal to call here because we've got no backup plan in the form of a diamond draw or anything like that. We can easily be losing to a jack. But Joe, knowing his customer, calls in record fashion. Guys, just knowing what's happening and what the dynamics been like, picks up on that. And well played by Joe. Didn't even need to consider he might be behind. But he has got the bad news, of course. The turn is a 6, river is a king. Win now playing 1.4 million. Swings and roundabouts. And Jay Wasello says he's leaving the stream. See you all next time. Thank you for your help, Johan, the main man, and I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow it's going to be 2:30 Central European time. Small blind is now 40k. Big blind is now 80k with an 80k running big blind ante. Giovanni taking down the blinds and antes. We are a few eliminations away from a pay jump. Pay jump will be from 1,180 to 1,600 euro. So 420 euro is the difference. 420, yo. Hope you're all still enjoying the show. Still a few hundred of you tuning in. Later on this Sunday night, nice to see. Average stack is 2.4 million now, 30 big blinds. We have quite the characters at this feature table. 3-bet to 420k, coming in hot from the hijack of the ace queen of Corrado Martinelli. Joe, your initial opener with the ace jack and forced to let his hand go. Good discipline there from Joe, realizing that that's a different Italian that's 3-betting him this time. Into the muck she goes. Win raises to 280 from under the gun with ace-6 of diamonds. Going over 3x. Would prefer to see him just use a smaller sizing to 160, 180, maybe even 200, 280. Quite the push off this stack depth into a full table. Round to Nicholas. And is he even going to be able to defend for 200k more with a hand as strong as ace-9 suited? Might fold ace-8. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's just going to let it go. So it definitely fold an ace-8 suited, ace-9. Right on the line. Joe raises to 160 with the ace-10 offsuit, and Corrado going to call with pocket eights. So we see an open and a call, Win deciding if he wants to defend or not. I think we could fold hands like Jack 8 offsuit, Jack 9 offsuit, Jack 10 offsuit, plus just going to be playing a bit too good to not flick it in. Eight, 7, 6. Two hearts, Corrado flopping top set, but it's on a dicey enough looking flop that he's going to want to get some action going, is going to bet 230k. And I guess the question for Win and Joe becomes, can they continue here without a heart? It's not great with the 10 of hearts, not great with the Jack of hearts, but for this sizing, I think I'm definitely going to want to see a turn card. Jack 10 getting out of the way. It's big enough fold, but with a player to act behind, I think it's the correct decision. Now, Joe with ace 10 only has 940k behind. He is a bit of a larger question to answer. Does he want to call here and hope for a decent turn card? Could see him just put this one into the muck as well. It's not so much about the price he is getting. There aren't many good turn cards for Joe, and therefore he's going to let it go. And Corrado's going to show the goodies once more. Corrado, in a way, will be just happy to take that down. Doesn't want to risk any dirty turn cards for his top set. I do see the Nightbot talking about the King's Resort online shop. Yes, I believe the site is still down at the moment, but we do have a fantastic merchandise store. Get involved, find out all the additional information on the King's Resort website. For anyone tuning in on YouTube or Poker Room Kings on Twitch, just gone past midnight at Kings. It's day 2, €295 buy-in, Balkan Poker Circuit main event live from the Kings Resort in Rozvadov. And Sados with King Queen, Nicholas with Queen Jack of clubs, and we have action. Sados is going to be ahead here, but Nicholas with top pair also and a flush draw. It's a 60-40. I don't see any way the money's not going in the middle. Decides to just call. Suppose that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, is the money going to go in the middle by the river? All of it? We're about to find out. Now, it's less likely that Sados is going to have a flush draw when we have a flush draw ourselves. We block top pair. There's a lot of pair and flush draw or pair and straight draw combinations out there. Sados is going to bet. I was saying if he's going to bet, wants to bet an amount that will set up a river jam. So go for somewhere between 400 and 470. Goes for 450. Goes call. And that's not a great card for Nicholas. It pairs the board. It's going to be tough to get away from Queen Jack now. With the stack to pot ratio, less than 1-to-1. Nicholas only has half pot behind. There's just shy of 2 million in the pot. There's 1.1 million behind in Nicholas's stack. If I'm Sados, I think this is just going to be too good of a run out not to jam all in. A hero might come along from the button with 8s, 9s. A hand like Queen Jack, maybe Queen 10 suited. Sados can have hands like Ace Deuce of clubs, Ace 3 of clubs. Pretty sick if Sados had a hand like 7-8 of clubs, 7-9 of clubs, and has now got there through runner. Although a lot of those combos would just check on the turn. So Sados decides he's going to go for a different route and bet a milky sizing, a milky chance. I expected to see him just put the lot in, considering it's a half pot bet. Sados reckons he can get called this way for a 500,000 sizing instead of 1.2 million. I think it's more plausible he would have a bluff if he bet a larger sizing. Now, 500k call. Really often on the 5-1. Don't need to be good that off to get 5-1 on the money. This is causing drunk. They're going to have almost 600k. Wow, that is a very impressive hold for that price. Nicholas Antward making a great laydown. Sados getting full credit for an overpair. Or at the very least, the hand he had, King Queen offsuit. Peter offering a walk. And we've got a setup here. Well, I wouldn't call it a setup. It's going to be the classicest of races. Giovanni making it 240 to go. Off 16 bigs to start the hand. Still going for a 3x sizing. And when he makes it a 3x sizing, Win doesn't want to be flatting or 3-betting when he only has 16 bigs himself. They've basically the same amount in chips. So Win will shove with the ace king. Giovanni going to snap it off. And what a flop it is. King, Queen, Jack, set for Giovanni. Oh, it's a 10 of hearts on the turn. Win now 81% against Giovanni's 19 as we hit the river. Giovanni Salerno flops a set, but it's still not good enough against the ace king of win. Needed that board to pair on the river, and look, his face says it all. And as for win, looked like he was going to be gone out the door not so long ago, and now he's playing a very nice stack of close to 3 million. What an exhilarating hand of poker that was. You just never know which way it's going to go when it's ace king against the two ladies. ECW King says, hang in there, Dan. I'm good, man. I'm on these tablets. They have me a small bit drowsy. Just Nurophens. Super Cool says, pay bubble. It is the pay bubble. Thank you very much. Pay jump has been reached, actually, yeah. €1,600. Was Destiny straight, then flush. Salerno got killed by tens today. He really did, yeah. Trees against ace king here. Peter all in for his last 10 bigs. Corrado with the ace king. So it is 5, 6, 6, Jack, 5, and that river double pairing the board is going to eliminate the pocket trees of Peter. I thought he was home and dry coming into the river, but it wasn't to be. And we've got another all-in taking place. Small blind against the big blind. Daruma with the 10-8 of clubs. Giuseppe with the king-queen. Big pop poker taking place at Kings with 60 players, 59 players remaining. And we might have 58. And we do have 58. Daruma has been eliminated. Giuseppe now playing close to 3.5 million. Corrado raises to 185 with the pocket fours. Nicholas is going to defend from the big, not a flop Corrado was looking for. And the flop goes check, check. Queen, jack, 5. Turn is the queen of spades. $160 was the bet, and Corrado wanted to hang around. And now the 3 of spades arrives. Be fairly comfortable. We've got the best hand with our king, jack. Do we go for very small sizing or just jam? I think jam looks a lot bluffier. We can have straight draws. We can have flush draws that missed. It's very unlikely our opponent has a queen to check back on the flop. Just decide to go for 350. Nice pickup for the king jack. Wynn wasn't messing around. Using the ace-9 to his advantage. Takes down a nice pot. Nicholas back to work. Min raising. Ace-10 suited. And Joe finds himself as one of the shortest stacks at this table now. Won't be continuing with the 6-deuce offsuits. Corrado Martinelli raises to 190k with the ace-king offsuit from under the gun. Sados with a very wide open from under the gun. I don't particularly hate this open. I'm not really the biggest fan of opening these ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 offsuit combinations, but it looks quite strong when there's a couple of stacks with 10 big blinds or below, raising into a full table. We have the chips to do it with. That's great awareness there from Sados. He picks up the well-deserved blinds and antes. Yes, I see some of you asking in the chat. World Series of Poker Europe 2026 is moving to Prague. It's just going to make it bigger and better. Joe taking down that small blinds and antes. They all count with the pocket nines. And I like that he didn't decide to just rip. He went for a raise. Nine's just such a strong hand in late position. Even if we have 10 bigs or less to start the hand. Stefano Parisi, new player at the table. And of course, it's another Italiano. Will I go with a decision here with ace-7 suited for 8 bigs? I think for 8 bigs or less, you might want to just call this ace-7 suited. Going to be ahead of all those weaker ace-X. Definitely calling 7 bigs and below, and any more becomes way more of a consideration. That's 7, 8, 9. 9 or 10 bigs starts pricing us out. For 8 bigs, ace-7 suited might just be too strong. And Drama Gang says, is this tournament set in Italy? You would think so, but it's not. It is set in Rozvadov, which is on the German border. It is 90 minutes away from Prague, and it is located in the Czech Republic. Corrado Kings. Win shoving blind v blind, standard enough stuff, sub 10 bigs with the ace-3 of hearts. Sados with 10-8 of hearts. Oh, he's seen him open. The ace 7 offsuit. This is the ace 8 offsuit from under the gun. So these kind of combos, he's going to go for it as well. Ten six suited for Stefano Parisi. I might just let this go. Could call 10-7 suited, 10-8 suited. I think we just want to start folding when we have a 6 kicker and below. Now, this is a little bit different because he has his big blind invested and his big blind ante. And it's only 100k more for him to call. Sorry, it's 120. Giuseppe is going for a very large raise of 405k. Round to Corrado. No one can do anything. So that's how they're looking. Corrado, 35 bigs. Giuseppe Rago with 32. Stados with 32. Who win with 31. Nicholas Antward with 14. Stefano Parisi with 8. And Joe with 8. So 2 players below 10 bigs. 1 player below 15 bigs. And then the top 4 on the leaderboard between 30 and 35 big blinds. $55 players remaining now. Eight bigs for Joe. Pocket kings. Just going to go for a min raise from the cutoff. Sados is going to call with the 10-9 offsuit from the big blind. I might even just not bother defending with 10-9 against an open off 8 bigs. Just going to be filled with all the top of Joe's range. He's given us no reason to believe he's opening wide off 8 bigs in the cutoff. If he had like 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and he's min raising, then it's a hell of a lot different. Sados would definitely be folding 10-7 offsuit, 10-8 offsuit, 10-9 offsuit, just going to creep in there. And is faced with an overcard to his pocket kings after Sados checks. I think the go-to play here is to bet one big blind, because Sados can have very little ace-x defending. And we're 550 in the pot now. Turn going check, check. Say those checks again. Surely Joe needs to try to get some value. Should bet somewhere around 150 now. Goes for 150. Sados somehow pays him off for 150. Thought we would just see Sados fold. It's always going to be a hand like kings, queens, some form of jack X that's now trying to get tin value. Very few bluffs in an 8 big blind open range there that goes min raise pre, checks flop, checks turn, and now bets the river. Ace King min raising from under the gun. Around to win with 31 bigs. Is going to 3-bet with Ace Jack of spades. Ivan Ho, CZ68 is in the house. What's up? Nice to have you with us. Gone past 1 a.m. now at Kings. Still a long way to go. 52 players remaining. Average stack 3 million. Small blind 50k. Big blind 100k with 100k running. Big blind ante. Nicholas shoves over the top and win. 3-bet calling. Such a large sizing. Half his stack suddenly in the middle here. This is overplaying his ace jack. What a roller coaster of a day Hugh Wynn has had so far. And look at this. Jack 8. What more could you ask for Nicholas Antoine? Got a feel for him on this occasion. Wynn now going to be playing a whopper 4.725 million. Nicholas Antwort has been eliminated, and now 50 players has become 49. We are under 50 remaining. Our payout €1,600. And Hugh Wynn ain't messing around now, playing the guts of 50 big blinds. Yikes. Peter Targa has entered the building. Entered the feature table, that is. A man that needs no introduction. That's going to throw a spanner in the works. Giuseppe Rago is going to call. Peter Target betting 575 on the river, an unconventional bluff as an introduction to this table on the 3, 6, 8, 4, 10 board. Daniel Aquino looking for the payouts. Well, you join us with under 50 players remaining. €1,600 is the current payout. And tomorrow, our eventual champion is going to take home €160,550. Average stack currently 33 bigs.
You say you're from Vietnam. You sound like Thailand. Your accent. Yeah, but it's not. But you sound like accent. Thailand. But you from Vietnam. Which language you talk? Which language? Mandarin? No. You cannot. Cantonese also not even close. Different. I know Cantonese and Mandarin is different. But Vietnamese also.
Stefano Polisi taking that one down. Scooping it in with the ace, queen of diamonds. Peter Targa, min raising. King Jack of clubs from the hijack. Waiting with ace king. Alex Boss Base says, how long will they be playing for today? Hot Sauce 74 says, level 27, boy. What level are we on now then, Hot Sauce? Because the website was down earlier. Still 46 players remaining. I presume we still have a couple of levels to go. It's not our first rodeo. Usually play down to 24. It's been a very long day on the players. So maybe we could come back with more than 24 remaining. I wouldn't think so. Win has 3-bet to 850. An absurdly large raise size. He wants to make it somewhere around 5. 480, 520, 565. It's level 25 now, boy. Thank you, Hot Sauce. Thank you for that update and new informations. I hope you are not just winding me up, but nice to have you with us. Actually, would like some hot sauce right about now. Oh, hot sauce tonight, boy. It just says, let's go. Vamos, Mafilo. Shama. Hot sauce says, watch out for Mano El Hai. Big dog. There's no point in barking like a big dog if you pee like a puppy. I will be watching for their next new player who will be coming in seat 1. Sabri says, "Vamos, mano." Seat 1 is strong. Yeah, I've heard good things about Mano. Well, I'm seeing. I don't know if I'm getting the correct Henin mob, but I can't seem to find Manel. It's Manel, not Mano. He is a cash game player mainly. 5'10", 10'20", Texas and Omaha strong. Thank you very much. Great information to have. Big dog. Woo. Giuseppe Rago. Will limp. Win will limp behind. Ace-4 diamonds.
He's dreaming, you know, I was waking him up from the dream. The dream was good.
There is the aforementioned man of the hour. Mansour Alehi. Mano for short. We do a 4-way action. The flop. ECW King concurs. Fire good. Seat 1 strong. 225 is the bet from the King 8. Just gonna lead. See where he's at. He takes down his first pot of this feature and is now playing 5.3 million. Good for 53 bigs. And we have 3 hands remaining before a 12-minute break.
He says he's in my car. Yeah? You have no pair. 7-5 you have. 50, right? Are you from Italy, yeah? Italy? No, Germany. Yeah, I am Italy.
4 more hands before the break. I just said it was 3. 44 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. €2,200 is now the current payout.
You have 2 million, bro? You have only white split in the front, right? So it's total 2 million.
I know 3 bets to 800k. With the ace jack off suit. And Sados mightn't even want to be opening with king 5 into this guy. King 5 going to be very close to the bottom of the range. We want to be considering opening from the button with about 5 tables remaining.
Sweden, Gothenburg. Have you been to Sweden? Sweden.
I like this guy already.
You know Sweden?
Cool, calm, confident.
Denmark, Scandinavia.
A real bad man.
White people, you know, white people. Cold, it's cold. Raining and cold.
You know, it's 30 degrees, 90% humidity.
Yeah. Raining a lot.
10 minutes rain and then it's
Yeah. It's depressing weather. It's like up, down, up, down, up, down.
Well, come to Rotterdam if you're depressed by the weather in Sweden.
No, but you
You
know.
have to make a detour around Rotterdam.
Yeah, but I travel a lot with my family, so I don't need the sun. That's the thing. When you live in Sweden, you have to travel to the sun.
It's mandatory.
This Spano guy ain't messing around. Sabri agrees he's a real bad man.
Do you see the heart? Maybe everyone gets it.
Always exciting to have a real bad man at the feature table. And I don't know or remember the last time so many people talked about this guy in rapid succession in the chat. 2 hands remaining before a 12-minute break.
She broke it. She broke it. She says, please make a heart.
Joe just going to shove the ace king. So ace king shoving for exactly 11 bigs. Round to the big blind. New player at the table, Hamza Ibal. ECW says he really is a baddie, Dan. Don't get fooled. Well, I always rooted for the bad guy in the movie. So bring it on. Come on. Vem I du Brie. I'm learning loads tonight. Get that man some hot sauce, god damn it. I really like this sauce. I don't know where you're from. Maybe you said earlier, but I like this stuff called Crazy Bastard hot sauce. They order it from Berlin. It's a hot, it's a spicy, hot, saucy and hot. What more could you ask for? 275 is the bet from Hamza, and win with a flush draw. Ain't going to be going anywhere just yet on the 10-3 deuce. 2 clubs out there to boot. It is a blind v blind battle. $275 is the bet from Hamza. I think we just call it, and maybe he wants to raise it up. Go-to play would be to call. Keeps in all the bluffs. What controls if your opponent has a 10? If he raises and Hamza comes over the top, Wynn's not raising to fold, I wouldn't think, from what we've seen of this geezer throughout the night. Calls and a deuce of spades, rolls off. Hamza betting 625. Wins. Going to call a second time. I don't see him folding on this turn. It's very unlikely Hamza has a deuce in his hand. I didn't expect to see Hamza fire a second street here on the turn. Trying to get a read on Hamza. 1.7 and change in the pot. Win might put Hamza on a 10 or a strong hand and just let it go. But when we have an overcard as well, I think our hand is just going to be too strong to let it go on the turn here. Our opponent could be barreling hands like ace-4, ace-5. That's a huge fold from Win. He's just done so much at this table throughout the night. He's had a roller coaster of a time and decides to let that one go and live to fight another day. We're going on a break, folks, for the guts of 15 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the show. Things are really interesting at this feature table at the moment, and I am very much looking forward to see what way the rest of this night unfolds. The pressure's on. We've got a lot of interesting characters. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
One day, Jesse, one day.
Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful.
That is really absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research, didn't make it hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3-bet to 75,000. Astet then 4-bet to 150. Then we had a 5-bet to 300,000. And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow. It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu.
Check over pot all in, call, guys aces. And Ben shoots his hand into a muck, and I'm like, Ben, you know.
This is a very interesting flop right here.
You got a pair and a gut shot.
And he like apologized.
versus
like, I know
a
which
open-ended
card
straight
is
draw.
like, it's this too. Dealer turns them over and it's ace-6 for ace-high. Like,
I was gonna guess ace
like,
two.
Yeah,
but,
no, it's ace-6. And then like Ben is like, no, that's not my cards. That's not my cards. I mean, like I didn't like run around too much on it. Just like I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And then, like also I know he usually doesn't max.
There's
like,
a specific selection of hands that are actually happy to continue on a board like 7-5-3 two-tone, and it's somewhat rare.
Like
yeah, I mean, if you think he's like,
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same time, because the cards tend to interact, so they block each other. And we have one of those situations where both players have
to think that that's what happened. I know
towards the higher end of their range on this board.
Because like that 25K.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out ace jack 4.
Or on 7-5-3, one player has 8-6, the other player has queen jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So
The money didn't went on pre-flop, and then,
these are
like,
the kind of spots I find really fun to watch.
I'm intrigued to see how Bedell plays this. He's checked. Dvorak bets 120 into 148.
This feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There are so many potential bluffs. Dvorak, stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots, and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow, look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Bedell because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. He hits the 4 that's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4, and Dvorak rivers the absolute stone-cold nuts.
I mean, when you
Dvorak
talk
only
about
has
coolers,
413 behind.
This is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
Wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Bedell.
Final table.
Whoa.
And then I played one more and then never played again.
I win one time Sunday Milan.
You win? I have
Yes.
never won Sunday Milan.
Yeah.
No, I have a third.
I win then, but the buy is 215. Before,
2-4.
I think 2017 or 18? Before 6-7 years ago.
It was like 200K or what?
165 with deal.
Okay.
3-way with deal, yeah.
Says Rod Hisu, the German poker player. In recent years, he is mostly focused on high stakes, high roller tournaments.
It's a fairly good thing to focus on. Did Mustafov just say he played the Sunday Million once and won it for 200,000?
That's what you did, man.
That's certainly something to do.
Play it once, you win it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point? Why waste time if you're not going to win, right? I mean,
I've been doing it all wrong, Tuckman.
you definitely
I've been
have.
wasting a lot of time.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. Still yet to win a bracelet.
Still yet to win a bracelet. But having second in the main event means that I've got a slight one up on Nicholas in one department in poker. And only one.
This is event 12. We have awarded a lot of bracelets over in Rosvedov, as you might expect.
15.
Hisu coming at it with some very small sizes so far. Small 3-bet again out of position, and then Quite the tiny c-bet. This is actually going to keep Nicholas in the pot. He's going to speculate with some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of hand. Oh.
Backdoor 2-pair, backdoor trips.
Yeah. Or front door 1 pair and pay off a couple more bets, which he wasn't looking to do.
Listen, this is online legend.
This is
He doesn't make 1 pair and pay off.
Yeah, I got you.
It's going to be running 9s and get paid to the max.
I could see it.
65.
Okay, now Hisu puts the hammer down. Nice little 60, 70% bet size. Love to see it.
Unfortunately for Ostead, I should say, maybe just a little bit too much hand to fold at this point.
No, you don't really float the 9 high to turn top pair and fold it.
Right. And he does make the call. Pot now 228,000. Welcome to the party. Lane to 900. So running diamonds got there. I was trying to think of some hands that Hisu might be bluffing here.
Yeah, diamonds are certainly in the mix there. Something like a king, queen, king, jack of diamonds. King 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds. All of these hands exist when you only have low diamonds on the board. Something that Nicholas will definitely have to consider.
Yeah, that white chip is 100,000. And he is going to not take very long to pay him off. So small bet on the flop. Keep Nicholas along. And Hisu now back up to a starting stack. Leading 900, losing about 25% of his stack. 22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other 2 limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, it's strange, a little unconventional, I should say.
Oh.
He does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the pot?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$2.95.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million.
Pretty close. Like, according to TDA, I think you have like, you cannot do like
Wrong player. Wrong. Don't do that to me, okay? Pocket ace. 2-7. 7-7? 2-7. 7-7. Right, 2-7. 7-2. Bluff. You say you never bluff. You lie.
what you only always poker bet on the board.
No, get with a bluff on the 2-7. Better.
I love this game every hand.
What do you say? You have queen every hand. No?
I will look at every hand.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Did get back just in time to see that hand with the pocket sixes against the kings. Didn't really like how big of a sizing Mano made it pre. Got the chips from the big blind nonetheless. And we see an all in here. Joe with 8.8 bigs and win. Calls with the king queen. 9, 5, 4, 7 is the board. The river is a deuce. And Joe gets a well-needed double up. He's being patient today. .com. Win back down to 3.5 when he was up near 5.5, 6 million not so long ago. So with the blinds now at 60, 120, 120, 42 players remaining now. 2,200 is the current payout. Average stack is 3.7 mil. If hot sauce is still in the house, hot sauce, I went looking for hot sauce on the break and couldn't find any hot sauce. Heated up some hot soup, all right. Burnt my mouth in the process. Destroyed the microwave. Not a very successful mission to the kitchen in any way, shape, or form. We live and we learn. Hot sauces, get some ketchup, boy. No, ketchup's not going to do it. What do we have? It was like a red pepper, tomato, and chickpea soup. Normally I would heat it up in a pot, but I didn't have time, so it went straight into the microwave. And lucky to not burn my whole face off when I opened it. The microwave exploded, basically. So we didn't have hot sauce, but hot soup went all over the place. It was delicious, the few bites that I had, but I didn't have time to have a whole meal. Just want you to know I was thinking of you when I went downstairs looking for the hot sauce. Maybe, just maybe, I'll have when I try this soup out again tomorrow, stick some extra spices in there. I'll have created my own hot sauce. So says, appreciate it, big boy. Yeah, it wouldn't be the smallest of fellas. About 280 pounds on a good day. 290 on a bad. Hamza takes that one down on the 10-9-3. 2 spades on the flop. Not a great day to be pocket fours. Not a great flop for pocket fours, at the very least.
I'm always thinking about doing something.
I see some people asking if this is a rerun. If it's a rerun, then I could go to bed. It's definitely not a rerun. It's not a repeat. It's not a repeat. You just missed some reheat, some reheated soup. Hot sauce says, God damn it, real big G, Dan Badman. Always a real bad man, a real top of G. Oh, there's a real bad man here. Win could be the bad man to take all of Corrado Martinelli's stack. We see an open to 375 with the Black Kings. And Corrado is going to shove all in, not even going to waste his time, or what he would perceive to be wasting his time, 3-betting off this stack depth, just ripping the lot in, and he is going to get the bad news. It was all going in anyway, and I think this is the biggest pot we've seen all day, all night. 5.5 big ones in the middle here. 5.53 million. There's an ace on the desk, in the window. Boom. For Corrado, not so much if you're Win. Ace Jack 5-3. He got lucky earlier. Win's had a roller coaster of a day. I got very unlucky when it matters the most. Corrado now going to be playing 46 big blinds. Win is going to be on life support. I don't know if you remember earlier, Win was shoving 10 bigs under the gun into a full table with 10-6 of diamonds. So he really is a live by the sword, die by the sword kind of a geezer. I've enjoyed commentating on his play. He was up nearly 5.5 million. Would have been back to 5.5 million had he won that pot. Now playing a mere 5 bigs. 240 is the raise from Joe.
No action, bro. Sorry. I have an ace.
Give it a try.
Sorry?
Give it a try.
No. I said.
Does fold an ace and shows him. People asking how many players are left. You'll see in the top right hand corner of your screen how many players are remaining. What's the average stack? And I just mentioned that Wynn had shoved all in earlier, sub 10 bigs with 10-6 suited. Case in point, it's happening again. This time for a very similar stack of around 7 bigs. And it's going to work. Gets it through. 40 players remaining now.
It wasn't a snap fold.
I was considering it actually, yeah.
You made him happy, bro.
Watching him
You
for
made
a
him
couple of
happy.
minutes, like two
You
four might
really
have
wanted
a
you to go.
two four might have a dent there, right? At least 40% right there.
Chip dumping, man. Come 2-2-2 flop.
Mano betting 130 here on the 7-6-3. The initial opener. Corrado defending. And Corrado loving that turn card. Quickly checking over to Mano. Now his trip sixes. Quads now. 740 in the pot. 210 is the bet. Mano is ace 8. Blocks some of the draws he would want Corrado to have that contain an 8 for a busted straight draw.
Oh, wow, mamma mia! Mamma mia! Mamma mia! Mamma mia! What do you have? A6 or 6?
Does show the quads.
Nice hand, bro.
Very nice hand, bro. Indeed. Hamza raising to 250 from the hijack with the ace-9 off suit. Joe with a nice pickup there with the ace-6 of spades.
man.
Joe with 2 black ladies. Mano gets out of the way with 7-5 at diamonds. Could see him 3-bet that combination from time to time. Perhaps not against Joe, who is now playing close to 3.5 million, 29 big blinds. Mano raising. Getting a little bit loosey-goosey out of line here with the 10 deuce off suit from the cutoff. Peter 3-betting to 760k with the kings is going to put a stop to that. This ain't Peter's Targa's first rodeo. Hamza and the big, 28 bigs. I wouldn't be shocked to see Hamza 4-bet rip this from a loose opener in the cutoff and Peter Targa taking notice of that, but perhaps he doesn't have enough information on him. And we'll no. What is this? He's made it 7. Oh, he's overcalled the 3-bet. Oh, I don't like this. It's too much chips to be putting in the middle with a mid pair. I would way prefer to either just 4-bet or fold. Most likely just fold. Queen, ace, queen is the flop. Queen, queen, ace. Target's going to bet very small here, 350. Whoa. Hamza has picked up on the fact that Targa has bet a small amount. I thought we were just going to see Hamza fold, but no. He is raised there, and Peter Targa doesn't even think about it. What a big bad boy bluff that was with the pocket sevens on the queen ace. I know with 55 bigs now. Corrado 51, Hamza with 42, Joe with 29, Peter with 15, Seidos with 14, Giuseppe Rago with 14, and Hugh Wynn with 7 bigs. What a feature table this has been throughout the night. And it ain't over yet. That was a very unique play there with the sevens, not believing the target would bet that small with an ace. I don't really know what we're repping. Don't expect him to raise with a queen on that flop too often. He just doesn't really have ace queen. Ace queen just calls. The more I think about it, I don't know how much it makes sense to be raising on that flop, but he has got kings to just muck. I'm not convinced the made hand would raise on that flop at all. Just had to tell the target was weak and went with his read. And for that, I take off my hat to Hamza. Wynn's going to call it off here. Queen 4 suited for 6 bigs total. Can't blame him with a suited queen. And it is showers for Hugh Wynn on that 3-7 King 5-8 board. Corrado raised to 260. Joe will continue with the Queen 9 of spades. And what a flop that is for Corrado on the King 6-4. Flush draw and top pair. Hamza with a real hand now. 36 players remaining.
I like playing poker. I don't like the bingo.
Hamza just taking down the blinds and antes with the ace king. They all matter. And we are 11 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2 and 142 of the day. /night. It's the Balkan Poker Circuit main event if you're just tuning in. Not a bad flop for King 10 of spades. Peter's going to try buy this one. Queen Jack 9. Sidos just wants to call the bet of 250. Sidos will just call. This is hijack against the big blind, turns a deuce. Peter with it. Inconsequential little ducky to go with his little ducky. Is going to quickly go check, check, and the river is the 6 of diamonds. Peter Target is called a bet of 425. Sados getting paid there. Peter a non-believer for that sizing. Interesting call there from Peter Target. Can't really beat much.
doesn't have to answer. Okay, but I don't see everything from here. You know, it's difficult. It's like almost 2 point something, yeah? 2.3?
Zedos is calling here from the small blind. I would prefer, actually, with the 8-9 suited, I think this is going to be fine. Blind v blind. I thought he called out a position, but it's a blind v blind battle. So people asking what the first prize is. It's over €160,000. €160,550. Say those bets 350 on the turn. Repping that ace. It's an interesting card because Mano now picks up a flush draw, a straight draw, but just decides to let it go. I might have hung around to see the river there with the Jack 10. Blind v blind. A 9 helps us. Jack or 10 might slow down the action. A heart. A king. Peter Target shoves 5.3 bigs. Hamza with a monster. He's got the ladies. Just rips nearly 40 bigs. 38 bigs at the table. Prefer to see him click this. Make it like 8, 9, 10 bigs. We do see it all in the call. Queens against the ace 10. It is king 9-6. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Still an ace or 10 needed now. 7 of clubs. We lose Peter Target in 35th place. Legend of the game at Kings. Now we are 10 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. And we see ladies again. Marius just shoving 14 bigs from under the gun. Another player that we know, Marius Moldavanu. Joe. He's one of the tighter players at this table for sure. Well, he's going to have a really nice stack. With the ladies. It is ace, 9, 7. Turn is a 10. And the river is the 10 of clubs. So we lose Marius Moldavanu. Be one of the better players remaining in this tournament. Unless I have the wrong guy. No, it's the right guy. 326,000 in total live earnings. It's a not so bad. $32 players remaining now. And Massige raised to 325 with the ace jack offsuit. Giuseppe is all in for 1.25 million, 8 bigs. And we should be getting some action here. Massige's going to have too strong of a hand to be folding for 925 more. Sados is going to raise to 350. King 10 of hearts.
Prettiest boys come here, huh? The TV boys. They call you the TV boys.
Gets through the fours. Joe with pocket eights from the small blind. Joe's pocket eights getting outflopped. So Hamza, 43 bigs, your table captain. Corrado with 39 bigs in second place. Mano with 37. Joe with 31. Sados with 24. Caesar 21. Alan with 20. And Giuseppe Rago with 12. Alan with the best of it with the ace 10 of hearts on the ace queen 7. Corrado with a good shot straight draw. 160 is the bet, and Corrado with a backdoor flush draw as well. At the very least, will be hanging around to see the turn.
5 in number 1. Then you put it in 5 afterwards. Turbo is like boom, boom, boom. The blinds were 40, right? When we finished? 20?
No, I actually got knocked out with Chase against Chase the Max. And then I won the ticket from the flip.
No! Yeah. The flip, pineapple. Nice.
Queen 5, queen, queen 9, on the 5 on the river.
That's good for you.
Someone had queen 10. I had to beat it.
Nice, man. You got like 500? Okay?
Started with 500.
That's a good start.
Yeah.
So still 31 players remaining. Massige raised to 330 from the button with King 7 of Hearts. Alone says slow roll, insta call. Oh my god, what? Did you see the last hand? I did. Zeros taking that one away. And a nice 3-bet pre. Just sticking it on his man for sub 20 bigs or in or around 20 bigs to start the hand. $30 players remaining now. Hamza with queens. Joe with ace king. Checks it back and now has a straight on the 3 deuce 4 5 board. Mano is going to try buy this one. Just needs to call for Joe. No reason to raise. No reason to get too excited. No reason to get excited. Little Jimi Hendrix all along the Watchtower reference there. $750 is now the bet from Mano. Trying to rep a 6 is just going to get called. Trying to get him to fold some form of overpair. 325 is the raise from Mano in the cutoff. Alan with the jacks. 30 players remaining. 6 eliminations away from the conclusion. Who we got left in the chat? Arrow Man says the jumper 3 Alan wears is so cringy. What's up, Kush Crazy and Alones? So Alan gonna 3-bet. Presume he's gonna be 3-bet calling it off against Mano. Alan hoping from button. So the defending 5-4 off which does have Alan covered. So Ian penny into a pounding. He was trying to land like 5-4 off which he's basically overcard in charge of the a fair calling here by the way, 5-4. A lot of players will call with 5-2, 5-3, etc. Obviously, it's vertically included. I think I've added covered it forward like that. Yes, we can. Giuseppe Lago from the hijack, 9.8 bigs and queens. The ladies are out in force yet again. Matten asks a very important question. How is it decided who sits at the TV table? It is done randomly. Tables are random. And then they get to pick and choose what TV table they want. But they don't get to pick the lineup. The lineup has already been determined. So Giuseppe Urago has a great hand to crack queens. It is queens that is 71% to 29% advantage. 7-6 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 7 of clubs. River is the 8 of hearts. Giuseppe Rago has been eliminated. 29 players remaining now, and Alan playing 6.5 million, nearly 42 big blinds. I don't really know what his jumper is saying. Someone asked about his jumper. Something off. I've seen far worse attire at Kings. There was a guy with an emotional support sloth, like a teddy, like a stuffed teddy, and he had it wrapped around him. Round to the button. Queen Jack. So 29 players remaining, 5 eliminations away. And with 29 remaining, and a page unblooming from €2,200 to €2,900, so €700 difference. We're just surviving a couple more spots. A few more eliminations. I'd like to give you all a round of applause and the moderators. I see Alex Buzzbaz is still in the chat. He was there throughout the whole night. See a lot of the same regular names on YouTube. Live for over 7 hours now. And the players were playing for many hours on end before that. Joe Min raising from the hijack with ace-5 of spades. That's a nice pickup for Joe, who has played quite well today. Like I said earlier, one of the tighter players. The other players weren't really giving him enough credit. We've seen that time and time again. And the big hands have just gone his way. He finds himself with a lovely stack. Pressure is on. And this is the last level of the night. So I keep saying, play X amount of levels or get down to 24. Usually we hit 24 before X amount of levels, but it hasn't been the case tonight. So there you have it. That is the last hand of the night. What an action-packed day it was. So many big pairs and coin flips in the first opening few frames. Then the action lulled a small bit, but then we had some massive pots. We had some really interesting characters. This has been an awesome event so far, and we have a very long day of action tomorrow. I hope you all tune in at 2:30 Central European time. where one of the remaining players is going to win €160,550. I'm going to go get myself a good sleep and be fighting fit tomorrow for the viewers and fans around the world. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.